Good morning, good morning, good morning. We wait for everybody to join in 2 to 3 minutes. Good morning, good morning. Kiru, ideal time is half of what you are taking, but as of right now, that's a good 15-20 minutes is okay. Only by practice you can reduce it. No other way. But that's okay. That's a good time. Good morning, good morning. When do we start reading Bipin Chandra NCRT? See, there are two ways to do it. Now we've covered a significant portion, meaning halfway we've come. If you now want, you can read Bipin Chandra. But there's a difference between reading and learning. You don't have to learn Bipin Chandra, have to read it. So if you want, now you can read the relevant chapters because see, NCRTs don't have all the themes. So if you want, you can start, but only read it, not learn it. Today's agenda is a very significant event in Indian history, which is Revolt of 1857. And this means that from tomorrow we enter into early nationalism. And our story has come quite a long way with regards to that. And we'll today pivot into the concept of early nationalism. Akshara, answer writing, don't think it, just start. If you will think about it, it will become complicated. Vishwa, revision has to be together. All of them have to give certain time to them. Reading is sufficient, yes. Femina, you still have to go to the NCRT for sure. See, NCRT plus PPT is minimum. 8th and 12th class part 3. You do it by actually creating a timetable. If you're not having a timetable and randomly doing it, then you will never be able to use time better. Good morning. Preeti, the SME will tell you that soon. Abhay, but not in a fair sense. You can't write in the corners too much. 10 to 12 minutes in writing an answer is good enough. If you can take it down to less than 10, that's the ideal. Okay. So let us start our discussion for today. So the agenda generally is to understand three very important things. First and foremost is that revolt of 1857 is seen as a threshold. It's seen as a threshold wherein it's the end of the company Raj and it is the starting of the crown rule. From 1858, the British crown, now not ready technically allowing the East India Company to operate as a lone or a sole entity in that regard. And therefore, the crown rule period is when the British Parliament takes over. On the other hand, this is the last moment in which a private body is going to actually control the Indian subcontinent. So it's considered a very, very, very important event because of this threshold. So we, as it is, divide the whole British era into two: company and crown rule. And this event, which was one of the biggest shocks to the British in India, is why generally something which you need to understand, and its nature, cause, and impact. So there are three basic thematics here within Revolt of 1857: cause, course, and significance. Why did it happen? How did it happen? And what will it lead to? Now, for the purpose of the examination, mostly it is the cause which becomes the area of asking questions, or the significance. Or the significance. They either ask you cause or they ask you significance. Course is something which they will mostly not ask. Why? Because there are multiple theaters in 1857 and they can't ask you the story of a theater. I'll tell you why I call them theaters, which is Delhi, Kanpur, Jhansi. These are theaters. So very simply, when we talk about the revolt of 1857, why did it happen? Cause. And what does it actually entail, or what does it actually tell us, is significance. So the descriptive stories of each and every battlefield, or you want to call theater, because they are individual theaters, they are not connected to each other, and therefore the revolt of 1857 needs to be also understood as what is the nature of it. Why do we call it revolt? A lot of you already use the term sepoy mutiny you are writing. So what is the nature? This is, again, these are the three areas out of which the questions can be made generally for prelims and mains, and more specifically for mains. So course I will tell you, but remember that the course part is generally for your reference. The most important discussion we need to have is cause, thereafter significance, thereafter nature. Company Raj to Crown Rule, you already know one of the biggest impacts in that regard, but that's a separate issue altogether. We'll see. That is the last thing we discuss. So, first and foremost point, everybody is clear with regards to what is the purpose of this topic. We are at the halfway point, and generally we have covered the advent. Vivek, it's not called the first war of independence. I'll talk about that. It's the advent, thereafter the expansion, thereafter the consolidation, economic, social, and now resistance. And in resistance, we have seen the peasant and tribal revolts. Now we are going to discuss the highest point of resistance before the national movement starts, which is revolt of 1857. So can I start my discussion? Okay. Now tell me, what is the reason why 1857 happened? Why did the revolt of 1857 happen? Sepoy Enfield gun, very good. Grease cartridges, this is what I was looking for. Grease cartridge, Enfield gun, grease cartridge. Due to gun, cartridge, bullet, very good. Forest policy, economic policy, annexation, greased cartridge. Sati was banned, cartridge. Subsidiary alliance, Indigo, greased cartridge. Due to greased cartridge. Mangal Pandey, very good. Doctrine of lapse. Teen Kathia system, very good. Doctrine of lapse. Landless peasantry. Grease cartridge, frustration, grease cartridge, combination of anger. Subsidiary alliance, grease cartridge. See, Out of every comment which comes in, 50% to 60% say this word, grease cartridge. Enfield gun, grease cartridge. So from your childhood, you are taught about this concept that yes, wheat flour with bone. Very good. The basic point is we have been taught Mangal Pandey, we have been taught grease cartridge, and grease cartridge, nobody was ready to accept it, therefore they revolted. This is the basic story you've been told, that somehow it is the grease cartridge which is the main reason or the reason why revolt of 1857 happened. Can we agree to it? This is the standard concept. If I go to a lay person on the road and ask why revolt of 1857 happened, he will say grease cartridge, because everybody knows grease cartridge only. Now, if when you say or when we agree to this concept that grease cartridge is the issue, we unfortunately fall down into a trap which the British put in. See, the way grease cartridge is argued is that everything was perfect. There was no issue at all in India. Just that they gave us that cartridge, that is why we rebelled. Think of it like this, that was it actually the grease cartridge? Meaning everything was perfect, no issues at all. We were enjoying colonialism. Mazar. But somehow they gave us that gun. That is why we actually rebelled. If you say grease cartridge as an issue, then you are basically privileging a concept that just because religious sentiment were hurt, these Indians, their religious sentiment was hurt. That I was enjoying colonialism. I loved the way they were looting my peasantry. I loved the way they were destroying my handicraft. I loved all of that. But just that the religious sentiment, they gave me a gun which had cow and pig, and that is why somehow I was not ready to accept. Everything was acceptable to me, but that was not acceptable. See, this is called the concept of trivialization. And you would have heard a word called sepoy mutiny. The British very categorically call it sepoy mutiny, because they want to say only the sipahis, sepoy means sipahi, only the sipahi rebelled, no one else. Only the sipahi rebelled, and that too, that barbarian was asked to use a cartridge. That is why. Because he didn't have a problem with the economic policy, he didn't have a problem with the concept of the deindustrialization, he did not have a problem with social justice reform movement. Simple point is, he had a problem with the grease cartridge. This is called the British narrative of 1857. The British, as soon as they were able to suppress the rebellion, started to write the history of the 1857. And there's a person called J.W. Kay who was given the task of writing it. And thereafter, the book was completed by a person called Malleson. So if you will ever look for a book for 1857, you will find Kay and Malleson as the first book ever written about the Sepoy Mutiny. And their basic concept is that everything was perfect. Indians were loving British colonialism. It's just that these religious things which came into the minds of the Sipahi, they lost their mind and they started to rebel. So when we say as Indians today that grease cartridge is the sole issue or is a major issue, then we overlook the larger picture and we technically fall into the trap which the British wanted you to fall into. So the first thing which I want you to understand is to unlearn this fact that the grease cartridge is the only issue. Or rather, the grease cartridge is the sole issue. It may be a trigger, sure, but it is just the tip of the iceberg. There is much bigger issues in the concept of 1857, the causes of 1857, rather than just a small gun and one cartridge. So first thing, forget what you know about 1857, because there's a certain understanding which has been given to you. Can we all agree to this? That there is a trap, we should not fall into it. Okay. So we are now going to actually go into the real causes of revolt of 1857. And the irony is that the revolt of 1857 is nothing but a product of colonialism. If somebody asks you what is the reason for 1857, it is colonialism. Because every cause which I'm going to tell you right now is related to the British being here. The revolt would never have happened if the British were not here only. So when we talk about the causes of the revolt of 1857, we divide them into two. First is called long-term systemic causes, and you have the other which are called immediate triggers. Immediate triggers. Here there is political, economic, social, administrative, whilst on the other hand you have some certain immediate triggers, military conditions, annexation of Awadh, and then our beloved grease cartridge. So if you look at it, it's just a small trigger to a fire which was already burning. So can I start first the systemic causes and the long-term causes? Yes? I hope you're understanding the larger picture here now. Okay, perfect. So let's talk about the political. Talk about the political. Now, there are two basic concepts under political. One is displaced rulers and political personalities. And second is humiliation at the hand of the British. Both are interconnected in a way. See, the British, we already know, had different ways of conquest. Via direct conquest, they displaced the traditional rulers. However, the more subtle way of displacing the rulers was the subsidiary alliance and the doctrine of lapse. Subsidiary alliance, if you remember, is the concept that if you have gone into subsidiary alliance, the British will station their army in your area. You have to maintain that army and you have to disband your own army. And if there is a penalty, there's a penalty that if you are not able to pay for this army, they will take your territory slowly but surely. And doctrine of lapse is that if you are under subsidiary alliance or you are not under subsidiary alliance does not matter. But if you do not have naturally born son, the British will annex it under the concept of lapse of succession. So there are two indirect ways in which they conquered India, and there is a direct conquest itself. Now, what is the cumulative result of this? The cumulative result of direct conquest plus subsidiary alliance plus doctrine of lapse is that the political rulers of Indian subcontinent had been displaced, subordinated, and humiliated by the British. And this humiliation was also linked to the fact that they took away titles, were not ready to pay pension or grants. Very simply, the British were frustrating and adding to discontent amongst the rulers of India. So we all can be very clear, and we all can agree also that the political impact is generally this, which is a frustrated Indian ruler who has been dominated by a company called the British East India Company, who's asking for his privileges, who's asking for some money. He does not get anything, and therefore either his son is not recognized, and we'll talk about the title and don't go into nitty-gritty. I will tell you that. So be patient. The simple point of the matter is that either the sons cannot inherit the property or the whole kingdom itself, or the British who had given them this concept that we will pay you pension are not ready to pay pension or are not ready to give you grants. They were humiliating, frustrating, and adding discontent into the political classes of India. Can we all agree to this? This is an agreeable impact of revolt of the British rule in India. Can we say natural born child is equal to legal here? Don't use these words, Ilyas. Don't use these words. Okay. But yes, he is the natural heir of the empire. Okay. Now we understand political. Now let's talk about economic. Under economic, it is also very clear. Land revenue, forced commercialization, deindustrialization, drain, famines. It would be safe to say that the peasant was under distress, and landlessness was becoming common, and peasant was pushed into poverty. Famines were becoming common. Overassessment, tax burden were too much. And not even the peasant, zamindars were also losing out. So we can assume that this is the basic impact, that poverty, famine, overassessment, high tax burden, this is what is the basic reality of India, right? Now, if I am a sipahi, if I'm a sepoy, sipahi, whatever you want to call yourself, soldier, and my brother is in the agrarian sector and I am in the army, would I be concerned by how the British are changing the agrarian culture or the economic structure of India? Yes. So I will in a way have an understanding that if my family is under distress, I will also be under distress. So now hold on to this fact that peasant distress impacts the thinking of a sipahi or soldier. So if I bring political plus economic together, what is the safest bet or safest conclusion we can come to? The safest conclusion will be that the political class is under distress and being humiliated or denied power by the British, plus the peasant and agrarian economy were under distress and poverty, famine, and what is called as destitution now the reality. Can we agree to this? These two, if I bring these two concepts together, this is what it becomes. Overassessment in taxation. So we are not going backwards, we are going forwards. So they are under distress, they are being humiliated, they are denied power, and the fact of the matter is the agricultural economy is under distress, peasant distress is there, poverty, famine, destitution is now the reality. Are we all on the same page with regards to what is the basic political and economic impact? No, Akula, there's no connection with tribal policy here. Okay. Now, this is basically colonialism. This is how destitution means death and destruction. Colonialism operates like this only. And why am I telling you this? Because they all bit by bit add to the tipping point of 1857. Meaning by bit, these are the foundational blocks on which the immediate causes need to be understood. Because when the Sipahi is standing in 1857, all these things are at play in his mind. When Nana Sahib is going to say, yes, I want to be a part of the revolt of 1857, when Zafar is going to agree, when Begum Hazrat Mahal is going to agree, when everybody who was under distress or had got impacted by the British, they agreed in that moment, not because they were enjoying it, but because they had certain baggage. And that baggage is here. That baggage is here. That as a political ruler, I am getting humiliated day and night. And as a peasant, I am always under pressure. But the most interesting political class would mean anybody who ruled. The most interesting is the social. Can we talk about the social? Because here it is the concept of how a major fear starts to develop within the people. Now, one thing should be very clear. One thing should be very, very, very clear. The British had no plan to convert the population of India. The British had no master plan to convert everybody to Christianity, because that was not their priority. Till the money came, they didn't care which religion you were. So one thing is very, very clear, that British never ever wanted to convert at mass Indians to Christianity. But there is a major fear and myth which will start to rise because of certain policies. So first is that through the economic policy, the agricultural structure, the agricultural social structure had been altered. So therefore, the concept was that zamindars, peasants, landless labor, they all had been displaced. And the society of India was changing. The social structure was changing. However, you need to understand one thing very clearly. The British are Christians. And in 1813, they will open up India for missionaries. Go around and preach. And basically post 1813, there was an aggressive policy followed by missionaries to convert the tribal population and population under distress. However, no overall plan to convert the crores of Indians. So a missionary will convert, that is his job. So very simply, the British are Christians, so that in a way creates anxiety. That my ruler is a Christian and he is allowing missionaries to operate in India. So there's an anxiety. But that anxiety is going to get exaggerated because of one major law. One major law. Can I discuss that major push or law which actually made everything worse? So there is already an anxiety, there is already a fear of conversion. They look at the missionaries operating and they tend to fear what will happen. Now, very simply, the British in 1850 will introduce what is called the Lex Loci Act. It's called the Lex Loci Act. And the Lex Loci Act is going to change a lot of things, but a major concept within India or Indian inheritance vis-a-vis before and after this act, called also the Religious Disabilities Act. The simple point is, before Lex Loci Act, now please pay attention. I am A. I have 4 acres of land and I have 4 sons, B, C, D, E. So when I die, how much acre each one will get? 1 acre. Very good. Now that is given when I am a Hindu and all my children are Hindu, they will automatically get 1 acre each, equal division. However, as per traditions in India, if E chooses to convert to Christianity, then A had the right and could remove E from the inheritance. So the land would not get divided into 4 parts, but 3 parts. So you basically lose inheritance if you convert. So he will be removed if you are inheriting. Now tell me one thing, if I'm a missionary and I'm going to the British, would I like this concept that if I'm trying to convert people and people say as soon as I convert, I lose my inheritance? So the missionary obviously will start to become more and more anxious to remove this policy, because then they cannot, it's not just Christianity. It could be any religion. As soon as you change your religion, you lose your inheritance. So there's no incentive to convert. So as much as they can talk about this and that and this and that, very good religion, perfect religion, but the problem is that they can't sell it, because as soon as you say that I will convert, I will lose my father's inheritance or I will lose my inheritance generally. So now the Lex Loci Act changes this. And the Lex Loci Act says that if a son or heir to the inheritance converts to a different religion, then they cannot be debarred from inheriting the property. Now, can you understand how a person, debarred means cannot be stopped from, how a person, a very old man sitting on the chabutra of the village along with 5 other men, whilst using the hookah, how would they feel about Lex Loci Act? So these people who don't have a fear previously, but they will look at the British by saying something is up. So though Lex Loci Act is introduced for Christian converts, Indian Christians, to get justice within their own inheritance, for a person who has nothing to do with Christianity, now he will look at the British thinking, what are they trying to do here? What are they trying to do here? Now, this is basically a blunder by the British. Because if you don't want to convert people, then don't change one thing in India for which father, son, brother can kill each other for. Son, son, father, son, brother, father, any combination, we are ready to kill for land. And now you are changing inheritance law, saying that religious converts cannot be debarred. So now into the mind of the person sitting in 1857, what is going to go in? What is the basic conclusion that person is going to come up with? The conclusion which they are going to come up with is, maybe now they will go for mass conversion, or mass conversion is coming, or the British have a larger plan to convert. So even when the atta, the flour has nothing in it, people will start to say they're adding something into the flour. You know how Indians are. One person will say it, 10 people will start to repeat it. That no, though, something is up. Fake news. So the rumors which will start to spread, though they were mostly baseless, they will start to now say they are doing this, so maybe that. They are doing this, maybe that. Now, why am I saying this to you? Because this is going to reach the ears of the Sipahi. This is going to reach the ear of the Sipahi, and Sipahis embody this feeling within themselves. So, before Lex Loci Act, a son who converts, if everybody is a Hindu, I have 4 sons and my son converts, I say, Bedakhal, you will not get any land because you have converted to a different religion. Now comes the British and says, you can't do that. You have to give your Christian converted son, your whatever religion converted son, the inheritance. So the British does not have a plan to convert. The British introduce it. It's based on the committee of Lex Loci. That is why it's called Lex Loci Act. The point is that the British have brought in this concept. So the generic impact of what we call as Lex Loci plus the general fear, can we say very safely that the social there is a rising fear and anxiety amongst the masses about religious conversion, and the Lex Loci Act made things worse. Can we agree to this? I think we can. Vivek, don't give me CSAT questions. If father is this and then mother is that and then this, that, doesn't matter to me. It's not about father, daughter, mother. It's about father and son relationship. So simple point of the matter is whatever combination you say, if you convert, you lose your property. That's it. Now, the main purpose is, Tanisha, it's, see, Lex Loci Act is not about conversion. Lex Loci Act is to, in a way, give justice to the sons who had maybe legitimately converted to Christianity just out of their own will, and they were losing out property. See, it's not that they had a purpose of converting. It's called Lex Loci because it was introduced by this person, Lex Loci, in the parliament. Now, can we agree to this? It's basically to incentivize also, but it is also not about incentivization. It is to protect who have already converted. So it's promoting and encouraging for sure, but it is also safeguarding. Can we all agree to this? Because then I add one point and then I bring these three concepts together. Okay. Now, if this was not enough, now what is going to be interesting is, see, the British have already created fear. But now the British come and say to that person sitting at the Chabutara, you can't burn your women. He says, how? Why? The British says, no, you can't make your women burn themselves vis-a-vis sati. Then he says, how can that be? Then the British says, no, you can't kill your girl child. The British socio-religious reform was done out of humanity. But how do I perceive this socio-religious reform? Think like an Indian sitting in 1857. They are banning sati, that's a good thing. They are banning infanticide, that is a good thing. But into a mind of an Indian who already thinks that they are going to convert, what is the concept of social justice reform movement? The concept of social justice reform is basically intervention. That now the British have started to alter. How can I not burn my women? Tell me. It is my right to do that. This is the concept which basically the basic implied concept which is going. So though they are totally right, the British are totally right. There is no relationship between conversion and social justice reform movement. But in the mind of the person sitting in 1857, it is much dangerous. It is much more dangerous. So can I bring the economic, social and political together? And then we can move to the triggers, because we are now in a way understanding the systemic causes. I hope this is making sense. I'm trying to create a certain picture in front of you, because if you understand the picture, then you will understand 1857 better. Because the revolt of 1857 did not happen in isolation. Okay. So it's very, very, very easy to come to the conclusion that there is political, there is economic, and there's social. If I add all three together, then I can come to this basic conclusion that the rulers are under distress. The peasants are under distress, and people have a growing fear and anxiety towards British rule and missionaries. I can say these three things. Yes, okay, very good. Now add to it administrative and governance issues, corrupt oriented towards British interest. So there is also what is called as maladministration. This can also be added to this story. But one thing which you need to also understand, and now please think. People tend to think that the revolt of 1857 is like everybody is sleeping one day and then they get up and say, let's revolt. That revolt of 1857 is like spontaneous. One random day the Sipahi is sitting and he's perfect. Next day he says, no, let's burn the British. What do I mean by this concept? Is that was there resistance before 1857? Yes. The whole point of discussing yesterday tribal and peasant movement was to tell you that there was already a growing resistance towards British rule. And what 1857 should be seen as is like the culmination of the processes. What I mean to say very simply is that if we take a metaphor of a balloon, the balloon was being pumped and there was already a very big balloon which had been created in which you have the economic, you have the political, you have the social, you have the administrative, and 1857 is that needle which bursts this balloon. So it's not that resistance is not there, resistance is already there. And if you don't understand this analogy, understand the analogy of a pressure cooker. The simple point of the matter is that the fire of colonialism had already been creating pressure in the pressure cooker, and the revolt of 1857 is the steam coming out. that basically we cannot argue that revolt of 1857 happens randomly. It's actually a moment in which it bursts out. Build up, build up, build up, build up, build up, and bursting out. This is a very important point you need to understand, because there's a very standard question which can come in the examination, which is that what is the relationship of 1857 with past resistance? The relationship of the 1857 with past resistance is that it is basically the small building blocks on which this build block of 1857 was possible. 1857 was not the starting point, but the culmination of a whole set of processes. And that process was peasant tribal rebellions. Am I making sense? That when we talk about our economic, political, social, it is basically based on a culmination of a lot of processes. It is basically colonialism which does it. And one major thing which I have not discussed with you are called the psychological. We've discussed economic, we discussed political, we discussed social religious, we discussed administrative. This is the immediate cause which I'm going to discuss with you very soon. But there's also a psychological angle to it. The psychological angle is that, be it the Santhal uprising, be it the Anglo-Sikh war, there was a war which was happening at this point of time in the world also, which is called the Crimean War, happening in the Crimean Peninsula in Ukraine, in which Russia was fighting British, and British actually retreated in certain points. The simple point is these moments showed to the world that the British are not invincible, that the British can be defeated, that the Santhals showed it in their small way possible. The Anglo-Sikhs also pushed in certain battles the British back. In the Crimean War, when ultimately the British win, that is not the point. But even small victories portray what? That the British army can be defeated. Russia will also lose the Crimean War. But the point is, these small events give a certain type of boost to the understanding that yes, maybe we can also defeat the British. If you look at the larger track record of India, it seemed that the British could not be defeated before 1850. But now the Santhals will prove that incorrect. The Sikhs will also prove that incorrect. In certain sectors, if you look at it, Nana Fadnavis is going to defeat the British twice. But the point, what I'm trying to argue here is that there are a multiple set of factors which are at play to create the context in which we need to understand the immediate. So if you understand, they will be defeated. If you understand the larger pretext here, what I've been trying to develop for the past 1 hour, I would like to do the same through the PPT, and then we will go to immediate causes. Any issues? Getting my point? If you understand it logically, you will never forget the causes. Okay. So let's talk about each one of them in a systematic way. So when we talk about the economic causes, we have high rate of taxation, nothing new. Then commercialization of agriculture, land revenue policy, our foreign policy was changed, trade policy was changed, no protection was there. Thereafter, deindustrialization was there, unemployment was happening, traditional economic fabric or traditional economic weaver, basically the handicraft, was getting destructed, or destruction of the handloom sector itself. So basically, the cumulative result of all of this is what? the cumulative result is peasant and weaver distress and agrarian society in turmoil. Now, if I add to this, the political causes, expansion, subsidiary alliance, doctrine of lapse, and the day-to-day violence and the racism which was used to humiliate the rulers. Simple point is, rulers who will later become the leaders were also under distress. So if this was not enough, Dalhousie was not ready to recognize a lot of the titles of these rulers, was not ready to pay pension to them. For example, the Nawab of Carnatic lost his title. The Surat and the Raja of Tanjore, their titles were cancelled, their pensions were cancelled. Same way, after the death of Peshwa Bajirao II, Dalhousie refused to accept Nana Sahib, who is going to be in Kanpur. His right is going to also not be accepted. Even when Bahadur Shah Zafar's eldest son, Fakhruddin, when he will die, Dalhousie said that I will not recognize your other sons because they are not out of the same wife. Therefore, more or less, it was believed that once Bahadur Zafar is going to die, the Mughal palaces and Mughal emperor concept is also going to get dissolved. So the simple point is, all rulers and their grandeur and their egos had been deflated by the British. The British had shown their place and had humiliated them within the whole political system of India. If this was not enough, then you have administrative issues, corruption, misgovernance. All good offices are given to the Europeans. All high offices, natives don't have any position. Judicial system is too complex. Too many adalats are there. This adalat, that adalat, Diwani adalat, Nijamat adalat, then Supreme Court, this court, that court. Too many courts in that regard. But what actually becomes the tipping point is the social religious causes, wherein there's a threat of conversion which comes from the Religious Disabilities Act of 1850, the Lex Loci Act. It modified the Hindu custom. A change in religion did not debar son from inheriting the property of his father. There were also rumors spreading that the English were conspiring to convert Indians to Christianity. Thereafter, the abolition of sati is not going to help the cause, that people will start to fear that now the process has already begun. And further, the policy of taxing religious schools, the madrasas and the gurukuls separately, was also a problem. And the racial discrimination by the British against the Indians created a fear that forceful conversion was also coming. So, these events, the first Afghan war, the Punjab wars, Crimean war, Santhal uprising, also had a basic psychological repercussion that the British are not invincible. So very simply, before we go to the immediate, the revolt of 1857 should be seen as a part of a tradition of revolt and resistance which had been happening in the Indian subcontinent throughout this period. So from 1781 thereafter till 1840s, there's a whole plethora of rebellions which are happening. So it's not that it's an isolated event. So in the end, the revolt of 1857 is like the culmination of all these processes. So before I go to immediate now, I want to consolidate the long term. When we talk about long term, political, economic, social, administrative, plus psychological. The simple point of the matter is that there is a growing fear of conversion, and rulers want to disobey the British, and frustration is rising. Peasant under distress. People already resisting now tipping point was reached. And why do I say this? Because all of these causes are embodied by the Sipahi. That is why the mutiny will start from the military. Are you able to create a logical understanding of why revolt of 1857 would happen only in revolt in 1857? Are the long-term causes making sense? If everybody says yes, then we move forward to immediate causes. Yes? I hope that you're able to create that chain of thought, because it's not something you need to learn. It's something you already know. Everything what I've taught you till this point, every word which I've taught you till this point is basically linked to this point itself. So I've been building up to each of these things. I very systematically did expansion with you, political. Then I did economic policy with you, economic. Then I did social policy with you, social. So therefore, in a way, every module till this point, and that is why we do it here. Every module till this point is actually related to revolt of 1857. Meaning that you can't understand revolt of 1857 without understanding any of the modules previously. So if you are saying, sir, I'm not following or I'm not understanding, then the 10 modules we've done, all of them are basically causes of the revolt of 1857. Direct expansion, indirect expansion, subsidiary alliance, doctrine of lapse, economic policy, deindustrialization, drain of wealth, famines, social justice reform movement, banning of sati, banning of infanticide, the peasant tribal movement. The concept is everything I've done with you is to reach till this point. Can I now talk about the immediate causes? Psychological is nothing but, Anshu, wherever there will be defeats, small defeats where the British will get it, people will now technically start to think we can also defeat the British. The British army seemed to be invincible. Nobody could defeat it. But there are certain events which happen in 1850s quite a lot. So in the pretext between 1850 and 57, British lost, and in Afghanistan, they never won only. They fought 3 wars in Afghanistan, they never won. And a tribal organization of Afghans were able to defeat the British. So the point is, we think that the mighties Maratha were not able to do something, but now the Santals defeated them. So what it needed was a concerted effort together and not something. See, it was unimaginable to think that the British could be defeated. That's the basic point. Psychological concept is not that. Now let's talk about the military. Now the military, Aryan, I'll show it to you, don't worry, how the Sipahi embodies each of these spheres. The military, the biggest, you can say, regiment is called the Bengal Regiment. Bengal Regiment. But there's a very interesting concept within the army pre-1850s. Pre-1850s, the army is very homogeneous. In the sense that most of the Sipahis were recruited from Awadh and Bengal sector. So from every mohalla there was one person in the army. That okay, when they used to meet in the army, they were like, okay, I am from this place, you are my neighbor. Every neighbor, if there are 4 sons a person has, they send one son to the army. So it's a very homogeneous group because everybody knows everybody. Everybody knows everybody. Further, caste divisions and practices were allowed within army. So basically, the British would allow all Brahmins to sleep together, all Brahmins to eat together, no interaction between the Brahmin and Kshatriya, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Vaishya and Shudra. Basically, the British army was technically Indian society. So if there is a caste division, caste marker, caste based, what we call as practices, the British allowed it to happen within the army. So for example, very simple example is going to be the barracks where they sleep of each of the varna and each of the caste is different. And the most interesting feature is army service is hereditary. Is hereditary. What do I mean by that? That if father enters into the army, son will automatically be eligible to get service. So father, son, generation after generation, it had now become a point to become a part of the army. This makes the army a good employment opportunity. Makes it a good employment opportunity because you can firstly have your own caste markers. It is hereditary service. It is good service. And basically, the Sipahis are coming from the same area itself. So they know each other also. This is the starting point. This is the starting point. However, things will change. We understand the starting point, how there is a certain type of homogeneity which is there, which basically allows the army to be the way it is. Now what happens is that post 1850, the British become strict about the army in the sense that caste markers, distinctions are not something which is part of army discipline. Army discipline is about uniformity, is about standardization. So there are 3 things which the British start to do after 1857, or rather after 1850. First is that they start to standardize the rules and caste distinctions and regulations were removed. Now, if I am a Brahmin, like in Valorius, if I am a Brahmin and I've been made to sit with a Vaishya, what is going to be the first thing which is going to come to in my mind? What is actually going to come into my mind is that there's a larger plan here. That why is that they're putting us all in the same place? So by destroying my religion and my caste, what are they trying to do? Think of the things he embodies. He embodies a major fear and anxiety. Yes. Basically, he embodies the fear and anxiety of conversion. And now when the British are going to say everybody sleeps in the same place, everybody does the same way, everybody has to, this is going to make the British a little bit, the Sipahis a little bit uncomfortable. Thereafter, if that was not enough, Indian Army, British Indian Army will be deployed overseas and in different parts of Southeast Asia. And I think we all know the concept of Saat Samudar Par. That under Hindu law or under Hindu traditions, if you cross water bodies, you lose your caste and varna. And these men are taken in scores, in hundreds across to Southeast Asia, to Sri Lanka, to Burma. And this again adds to the fear of conversion, that we are losing our identity. But the most dangerous thing which will shatter the confidence of the Sipahi is the annexation of Awadh. The army had been used to annex each and everything. But when it comes to your own home, then you feel the pain. Because maximum number of recruits were out of Awadh, whatever you want to call it. Let's not be Britishers. Awadh, the peasant will now be subjected to permanent settlement. And when they will be subjected to permanent settlement, distress and panic, and now the Sipahi will feel betrayed and he will feel the anger. This is why when your own house burns, it is then that you start to feel more and more of the pain of everyone else. And the annexation of Awadh was done on a very minor pretext and a wrong pretext also. So Wajid Ali Shah was the ruler of Awadh, and though he came under subsidiary alliance, doctrine of lapse was also not applying to him. But they took it under the pretext of subsidiary alliance, misgovernance. That the ruler sneezed in the wrong place, that is why misgovernance. And that is why basically Awadh will be annexed under wrong pretext also. So if I am in the military, there was a very homogeneous structure which the Bengal army had. Minimal British presence, high caste character, recruits mainly coming from Awadh. Dalhousie said that basically the Bengal army looked like a great brotherhood in which everybody acted in one union. Service to the military was hereditary. Can I now just pivot and I want to reach grease cartridges, right? So very simply, the military has this concept. Now, there will be a new wave of standardization, which is going to come under the General Service Enlistment Act of 1856. It will forbade the soldiers to wear their caste and sectarian marks. Beards and turbans will not be allowed. They will also get to know that now chaplains are being maintained by the army in the costs. Chaplains are basically church-based servants. So they could see that missionaries were now getting into the army via service itself. Thereafter, the British, which had maintained a high character for a very long time, is now going to not give heed to the dietary or travel restrictions which were associated with the previous Hastings administration. Why would Hastings respect dietary and travel restrictions? Why Hastings? Yes, very good, Bhardwaj. Hastings is a Orientalist, least resistance. However, after 1820s, army reforms will come, which will universalize the army culture and curtail caste privileges itself. Now, friction will start to develop in the military. First, overseas deployment. Second, salary discrimination amongst the same rank for a Britisher and for an Indian. They were basically entitled for an allowance, bhatta. If they went for foreign service, that was not given only. Soldiers were given inferior position. Under the Post Office Act of 1854, it became more expensive to send letters. Religious identity seemed to be in crisis. Regular humiliation was happening. And at the end of the day, the peasant was the Sipahi and the Sipahi was the peasant. Because from time to time, they used to go back to their agrarian structures, and that is going to be an identity which he technically still embodies. Now, you will have the annexation of Awadh, and close to 75,000 soldiers were coming from Awadh. Regional patriotism will rise because their Awadh was being taken away. And the higher taxes is going to affect their family members. The talukdars who will actually lose their estates because of this are also going to entice the sipais that you need to do something. And basically, 1857 is not one cause but multiple causes. But if you ask anybody, this is the last point I want to make, they will talk about this gun for some reason. That just because of this cartridge, the Indians revolted. Now tell me one thing, after 1.5 hours of discussion, is the grease cartridge actually the issue? No. The grease cartridge was the last nail in the coffin. That was the last nail. Because they already had a basic fear of conversion, this rifle, the Royal Enfield rifle, had a very specific cartridge. And see, because These don't have what are called magazines are not there. You needed to put the explosive from the front, and the concept was very simple. You have to chew off the paper because you hold the gun like this. So your one hand is always on the gun. So you chew off the paper, keep the gun like this, add the explosives and the bullet into, then push it down and then shoot it. Takes a lot of time to reload. So which means that you have to chew the paper off. And now the British did a blunder here, because for them it did not really matter. The paper was made out of cow and pig fat. Cow already considered holy within Hinduism, and eating pig is not allowed within Islam. So basically, the two major animals which are not allowed or are considered problematic within the two major religions of India, they are trying to make them taste it or put it in the mouth. So therefore, the grease cartridge becomes the tipping point. Mangal Pandey in the Barrackpur regiment or the Barrackpur cantonment will be asked to do it. He will refuse to, and he will shoot his superior. And whilst he will shoot his superior, other soldiers along with him will also mutiny. However, Barrackpur will be very quickly controlled. It will actually not be Barrackpur from where the revolt of 1857 will rise. It will actually be Meerut. But that discussion I have with you after the break. But before I go to the break, I want to consolidate. So before I go to the beginning and the spread, I want to consolidate everything. We have discussed political, economic, social, administrative, and the concept of psychological causes. And I've also showed you that basically the army itself was changing at this point of time. And because the political, economic, social, administrative, all of them are embodied by the Sipahi, when the Sipahi was asked to go to overseas, the fear of social comes. When his caste markers are taken away, again social comes. When the Lex Loci Act comes, he feels that he is going to be converted. Sipahi is fearing more and more conversion. The people who are going to spearhead the movement are going to be the people who are under distress. The peasant is the Sipahi is the peasant, therefore the economic is going to be important. So when Mangal Pandey did not agree to shoot that gun, it was not because his religious sentiment was getting hurt, it was because he had enough. The Sipahi had had enough. The natives had had enough. The Sipahi embodied all the factors within him. He had had enough of his rulers being taken away from him. He had had enough of religious fears. He had had enough of economic exploitation. So when we talk about the causes of the revolt of 1857, the causes of the revolt of 1857 are not a very small bullet, not a small cartridge. Let us not trivialize one of the greatest revolts by arguing that just because we were not ready to bite into a piece of paper, we were technically rebelling. We were rebelling because after 100 years of domination, we had had enough, and now it was enough of this political, economic, social, administrative, and this day-to-day level of humiliation and violence which was happening by the British. Are we clear with regards to what I am trying to argue here? The revolt of 1857 is a culmination rather than a spontaneous fire. Make sense? Great. If it does make sense, what we are going to do now is, when I come back, I'll give you a question, mains question, to tell you how you can get a question. And thereafter, we will discuss the Delhi theatre, the Kanpur theatre, and I'll discuss other theatres also. But the next most important discussion is going to be nature, which I'm going to discuss after half an hour or 45 minutes of discussion of the spread, right? Okay. Awadh was related because most of these soldiers were from Awadh. So if Awadh gets annexed, their own area gets annexed and their family members come under permanent settlement. Okay. So I'll see you what at 7:45. Welcome back. Okay. Now our story, title means, see, titles mean that they are Raja, Maharaja, these titles are taken away. Now, when we talk about the beginning and the spread, I told you that it started in Barakpur with Mangal Pandey killing his superior officer. But Barakpur was very quickly quenched. The British showed utmost brutality. He was martyred. It is rather the other theaters. So it starts at Barakpur, but it is not able to materialize into something bigger. Rather, it will be Meerut, which will be the first to fall properly. Then Delhi, Bareilly, Lucknow, Jhansi, Kanpur, Jagdishpur. These are considered he killed his superior because he did not want to use the Enfield rifle. So very simply, the starting point is Meerut, but we have to talk about two theaters very specifically, Delhi and Kanpur, because both of them give you a very vivid picture of how things actually happened. What I've done for you generally is that who took that theater back and who are the prominent leaders. Delhi, Baza Zafar and Waqt Khan. Lucknow, Begum Hazrat Mahal and her son Bijlis Kaidar. Thereafter, Kanpur, Nana Sahib, Tantia Tope. Thereafter, Jhansi, Rani Lakshmibai, Jagdishpur, Banaras. Banaras, no specific leadership, but Neil is going to take it back. Faizabad, Bagpat, Bareilly, Patna, Allahabad. I've just done one thing. I've made this table for you so that you can revise quickly from it and you don't have to go around looking for the names. So this is basically for your reference as a form of revision device, because a standard question can be match the following leaders and their theaters. Now, Mangal Pandey will shoot his superior officer on 29th March 1857. But whole April is nothing is going to happen. And the basic starting point is on 10th May 1857, where I'll tell you what happens in Meerut. That's a separate issue altogether. Now, before we go into this, a question to just make you understand what type of question can come. The greased cartridges were only the tip of the iceberg which caused the revolt of 1857. Comment. You can answer this type of question. This is a question which is based on causes. Causes, right? Okay. Now, coming back to what we were discussing, the concept is very simple, that the spread of the 1857 revolt most probably and most generally is perceived in North India. So Awadh, Rohilkhand, Bundelkhand, Central India, large parts of Bihar and Eastern Punjab all technically tried to respond to the 1857 revolt. However, certain rulers did not do anything also. For example, Holkars of Indore remained more or less loyal. Gwalior again did not fall. Bombay, Madras was generally not affected. It was rather the Punjab and Gorkha regiment which was used to suppress the rebellion. Kashmir, Nepal again did not respond. And South India, we already saw that basically the issue was that Vellore Mutiny had created the structure in which they were also not able to respond. Now, you would have realized that I've been using this word theater quite a lot. Now, I need to explain to you why do I use the word theater. First, you need to see the question. You see the question again. The grease cartridges were only the tip of the iceberg which caused the revolt of 1857. Comment. Okay. Now, why do I call them theaters? Are we all on the same page? Can we start our discussion? Maximum half an hour, 45 minutes discussion vis-a-vis these things. Then the most important discussion is nature of revolt of 1857. Okay. Now, when I say beginning and spread, and I've been using this word theater, why do I call them theaters? I call them theaters for a very simple reason. None were connected to each other. None were connected to each other. In the sense, maybe Delhi, Meerut, Bareilly would be connected to each other. Lucknow, Kanpur had no connection. Delhi, Kanpur had no connection. Kanpur, Jhansi may have a connection, but Jhansi, Delhi did not have any connection. Jagdishpur, Lucknow, Jhansi had no connection. What I want to emphasize here that these are basically isolated islands of rebellion. They are isolated islands of revolt. They are not linked to a grander plan. Firstly, 1857 was not a planned event. It was just a spawn. It started with Meerut. I will tell you how, but it's not a planned event. So therefore, there's no connection. There's no communication between these theaters. So if I call them together one battlefield, that is also incorrect. So the word theater is used because they all are separate islands of revolt with maybe minor connections, but no communication for sure, which we see that it's not that Baza Zafar is sending a message to Nana Sahib is sending a message to, for example, Kunwar Singh. That is not happening. So what this is basically isolated events. Now, out of all theaters, I want to discuss two things with you, which is Delhi and Kanpur. How did Delhi fall? How did Kanpur fall? And what is the concept of Delhi being so important vis-a-vis 1857? And thereafter, the concept of Kanpur being so important. And what I'm giving you, the understanding and the knowledge is basically optional level to some level academic, because you don't need to know day-to-day events, but I'm telling you generally, so that you can relive with me that moment in which Delhi is going to fall and how it was taken back. It's just about understanding this event generally vis-a-vis its larger contours and its textures. So the word theater, you can use the word event, whatever you want to call it. I call them theaters because they have their own actors, they have their own certain fighting, they have their own way of falling and coming up. So it's a metaphorical term which I use. Now, let's talk about Delhi. Now, basically, Delhi was not the first to fall, but Meerut. What is going to happen is that in Meerut, the news of Barrackpur is going to reach after a month. As it is, the Meerut Sipahis were becoming more and more frustrated generally. And they had the same issues which the Bengal Army Barrackpur regiment was also facing. Discrimination, the grease cartridge issue was there. But they rather responded not just to the grease cartridge, but to the news that Bangal Pandey had been executed. So Meerut is going to fall first. On 10th May 1857, the first thing which the Sipahis will do, and that was a very smart move, was that they will cut the telegraph lines to Delhi and to Calcutta. Every European officer will be killed, and now the Sipahis had to do something. They had rebelled, but staying in Meerut was not safe. So they now start to march towards Delhi because they don't want to be perceived in history as just another mutiny. The fact that the Sipahi was seeking Bahadur Shah Zafar or was going to Delhi was to legitimize their rebellion. Because if they don't, they are also part of that list of peasant and tribal revolts. They wanted to make their cause bigger than what it was, and that is why they were going to none other but the Mughal emperor. None other but the Mughal emperor, saying that if the Mughal emperor joins us, it does not remain just a small rebellion, a small revolt, maybe like the Rangpur or Deccan riots, it becomes bigger. So the act of going to Delhi itself, the Sipahis show a lot of sophistication. They show a lot of historical understanding that how will the history see us? How will people remember us? And they will remember us not as just one mutiny. We want to make our event bigger. So now, this is basically Delhi. If you come from the Meerut side, you are coming from this side. You have the Yamuna, and then this is nothing but your Shahjahanabad. So this is the Red Fort. This is the Red Fort. Other than that, the whole Chandni Chowk sector is here. And thereafter, this area is called Daryaganj. And you have this, the Delhi 6, or what we call as the Chandni Chowk sector. Now, the Sipahis march overnight and reach the Yamuna. Now, again, what I'm telling you doesn't really matter for the examination. Just try to understand what is happening and what is the spontaneous understanding of the Sipahis. Do you understand the purpose, I hope? Because all this you will not find in books. I'm giving you this out of my reading of decades. Simple point is that you just understand what is happening. So don't have to write this in the examination. So now the Sipahis reach here. And there is used to be what is called a boat bridge here. Boat bridge here. Boats are tied up together. Boats are tied up together so as to cross the Yamuna. So the Sipahis cross the Yamuna. Now the Red Fort basically has one small gate here. It's a small gate here. So this gate is basically opens into the Yamuna banks itself. And now the 80-year-old Bahadur Shah Zafar was sleeping in his chamber, and he is able to hear the Sipahis banging on this door so as to enter the Red Fort. Bahadur Shah Zafar says to his deputies, go and check what is the issue. And the Sipahis, as soon as the door is opened, say, we want audience with Bahadur Shah Zafar. We have killed each and every officer in Meerut. We are the Meerut regiment. We want to meet Bahadur Shah Zafar. Now, obviously, when you will say that I have killed each and every person which I know was a Britisher and you are under British protection, Bahadur Shah Zafar refuses to meet the Sipahis via this gate. He says that I don't want to. He says that tell them that I am not home. The way you technically tell about your parents or your relatives, how you evade them. He said that say that the emperor is not there in the Red Fort only. So now the Sipahis are like, what to do? We came to get audience with Zafar. He is not ready to meet us only if he's there. So what the Sipahis do is that they walk along the banks of the Yamuna and enter Delhi from the side. This side is basically the what we call as the Kashmiri Gate side. This is the Kashmiri Gate. And what the Sipahis do is, Daryaganj is basically the English center within Delhi. Meaning the English had established themselves in the Daryaganj sector. Now the Sipahis will run rampage in this sector and start to move towards Chandni Chowk. Any Britisher they see, they shoot, they kill, they don't ask questions. So the Daryaganj sector is where from which they enter. Thereafter they move towards the Chandni Chowk, and before they even enter the Red Fort, there was a small arsenal here. Arsenal is basically where you keep arms and ammunition. And the Sipahis will basically enter and blow up the arsenal itself. Now Bahadur Zafar, sitting in his chamber, could hear the jolt of the Sipahis burning the arsenal, and now he knew that something was going to change very quickly. Thereafter, the Sipahis will thereafter enter the Red Fort, kill the captain, British captain, kill the resident, and now they come and gather themselves, or rather they are standing in the lawns of Diwan-e-Am, Diwan-e-Khas, and now the Sipahi says, we want to meet Zafar. We have killed every European in Delhi. We want to meet Zafar. Now you tell me, 80-year-old man, does he have an option? Technically, no. So now Zafar meets with the Sipahis. And the Sipahis say that we are the Meerut regiment of the British Army. We have killed each and every person in Meerut who is a Britisher. We stand here with Peshkash, and we want you to be our leader in this new battle against the British. We want to restore you as the Emperor of India, and we want to remove the British. Zafar, though initially reluctant, understands the implication of what had actually happened, and he will now agree. And once he will agree, the Sipahi regime will start in Delhi. The Sipahi regime will start in Delhi because for the next 3 months, May, June, July, August, the British will have no effective control over Delhi generally. Thereafter, Zafar is going to issue what is called the Azamgarh Proclamation. He will send a message to Bareilly, from where a very important personality called Bakht Khan will come. Bakht Khan will kill every European in Bareilly, march to Delhi, and as soon as Bakht Khan enters Delhi, Bahadur Zafar appoints him as the commander-in-chief of this new regime, which is called the Sipahi regime because the Sipahis controlled it. Zafar issued the Azamgarh Proclamation to get the support of the residents of Delhi, saying that now there's a new regime of the Sipahis. We are ready to give you all concessions. Traders will get all the steamships and the ships of the British. Everybody should support the Sipahis. So it was a call for supporting this new regime. So now Delhi has revolted, 1857 has started. But there are two very simple points you need to understand. First is that the wife of Bahadur Zafar, Zeenat Mahal, was not very happy about Bakht Khan becoming commander-in-chief. You see how that standard concept of what is called Vibhishan movement, wherein the person from inside is actually going to lead to the Delhi to fall also. Zeenat Mahal will say that my son should become the commander-in-chief, not Bakht Khan. Bahadur Zafar will say that there are bigger issues we have to manage, and you are talking about father, son, brother, commander-in-chief. We know that the British are coming, and you are still trying to play this politics that father should, my son should be commander-in-chief, this and that. So Zeenat Mahal in herself actually became anti-Bahadur Zafar and Bakht Khan. And remember this point for later. But now there's a problem. Now what? Delhi has fallen. Now, what? Are you getting my question? Delhi has fallen. Meerut has fallen. Bareilly has fallen. But now what? Are you getting the point? Okay, Kanpur fallen. Lucknow ka. But then what? Try to understand. I'm not going to give you the whole story again. Delhi has fallen. Arsenal has been burnt. Bahadur Zafar has agreed to become the ruler. Azamgarh proclamation has been issued. Zeenat Mahal has now started internal politics. 6 theaters have come up. Now what? People call, and you have also called it, war of independence. But independence from what? Independence of whom? See, the British are coming. That's a separate issue altogether. I am asking you, I am standing in Delhi, 12th May 1857. What are we going to do now? Will just the fall of Delhi remove colonialism from India? No. What I'm trying to argue here is that this is the problem. What do you do after this? This was the easy part. Come, kill the European and go. This is a major weakness of 1857. Because it's not a planned event. What will you do? You went. It's technically like go and slap your father. Then what? There will be repercussions. But what have you done? That is the easiest part. I killed every European in Delhi. Now what? Meet the Governor General. Kill him. Okay. Movie is going on. So one machine gun they will take and go to Calcutta and kill the Governor General. Okay, killing the Governor General will also end British rule in India. Killing the Governor General will end British rule in India. Establish communication. Go for a bigger war. And you think that the best thing to do is to fight the mighty British whose army had been fighting for 50 to 60 years in India. The Marathas were not able to defeat. And the 3 regiments will defeat the British. what I'm trying to argue is I'm trying to give you that feeling. I'm trying to give you that feeling. You are standing with me in the center of Chandni Chowk, and Britishers are gone. Now what? This is why there's a problem that you can remove the British, but you can't just remove the British by killing them, because that is not the way colonialism will go. And this is what is going to happen in Delhi also. That is why I'm discussing Delhi with you. Because Delhi was the epicenter for some people. I'm technically trying to build up to the nature of this event. It's a spontaneous event, maybe a culmination of a lot of processes. But the problem is that the British East India Company cannot be removed via randomly killing Englishmen. Why am I telling you this? Because a lot of people don't value the contribution of our national leaders. They don't understand why it took us another 100 years to remove the British. Because until and unless the British actually don't leave themselves, there is no way to remove them. Because you see, and more than that, tell me one thing. Are they creating an India? Are they creating an India? Is there a concept of India at this point of time in their mind? No. Because Bahadur Shah Zafar is fighting for his own cause. Nana Sahib is going to fight for his own cause. Rani Jhansi is going to fight for his own cause. Her own cause. Kunwar Singh is going to fight for his own cause. There is no concept that we all leaders will come together and create a Mahagathbandhan and then rule India. Are you getting my point? That people tend to argue that this is the first war of independence, but there is no vision only. There is no vision. So that cluelessness, that blank face which you have right now, that is what actually happened. And see, what is going to happen is now the Sipahis have brought in Bareilly and have brought in Meerut. Now the British will get to know about Delhi, that Delhi has fallen. And the Sipahis will do one blunder which is going to cost them. And the blunder is that there's a very important road which goes from this side. That road is called, till today exists. What is the name of the road? This road is called the G.T. Karnal Road or the Grand Trunk Road. This roads actually linked Jalandhar with Delhi, even Lahore with Delhi. And now the Sipahis will, through Azamgarh proclamation, get support. They will start to have their own administrative setup. It's going to be 2 months. But the Grand Trunk Road, they did not block. Now, once the British is going to get to know that Delhi has fallen, they will now appoint a new special force which is going to be called DFF. It's called the Delhi Field Force. Mostly comprising of the Punjab Regiment. The Delhi Field Force is now going to start to march towards Delhi. Are we all following this basic concept? That Delhi has fallen, 2 months of regime, British get to know. Blunder is that Grand Trunk Road is still open. Sipahis don't give heed to that. DFF has now started to march towards Delhi. Now when it is marching towards Delhi, the Punjab regiment actually was used to take back Delhi. Now tell me one thing. If the Punjabi is fighting the Sipahi from Meerut, the British are making who fight who? They are making basically Indians fight Indians. And this is why I say that there is no concept of nationalism, because an Indian is going to fight an Indian to get Delhi back. When I'll discuss Jallianwala Bagh with you, Jallianwala Bagh is going to happen. Rowlatt Satyagraha. Dyer asked to shoot, but who was holding that gun? Who shot the 1650 rounds which were fired? The regiment he used was actually the Gorkha regiment. An Indian shot an Indian. Chandrasekhar Azad, one of the greatest revolutionaries, he will be shot in Lucknow, not by a British officer. He will martyr himself. He will shoot himself. But was he surrounded by Europeans? Was he surrounded by Europeans? No. He was surrounded by Indians in British police uniform. What I want to argue here is understand why this is not nationalism. Because nationalism would mean that an Indian would never fight an Indian. That is the point. There is no Indian here. There are identities, there are personal interests, but there is no concept of Indian. Are you getting my point? That revolt of 1857, there's a major perception, first war of independence. Technically not true. And I'll tell you what it actually is. Now, you get my point? I'm trying to push this concept to you because you need to understand what is nationalism and what is not nationalism. Okay. Now, Delhi Field Force reaches Chandni Chowk, reaches the Lahore gate of Chandni Chowk or Shahjahanabad. Now there will be intermediate fighting. Red Fort, Bahadur Zafar is going to be there. The DFF will reach Delhi and they will establish themselves. And there's a ridge. If you've ever been to Delhi, you would know there's something called the ridge. The Aravalli range crosses Delhi in that regard. The ridge is the area where it crosses. And the DFF will then thereafter sit on the ridge itself. So it will be September by this point of time. And there will be two officers who will be very important. One is called Hudson and the other one is called Nicholson. In the fighting which is going to happen in the next 3 weeks, the supplies were already running low. The Sipahis had limited amount of ammunition. So the DFF will enter and now start to move towards Red Fort. In that process, Nicholson will be shot. However, Hudson was much smarter than Nicholson. And if you've been to Delhi University area, there's something called the Hudson Lane. Hudson Lane is actually named after him. DFF is Delhi Field Force, which is going to take back Delhi. Hudson will very simply now start to look for channels of communication with Zafar. Hours before Red Fort was going to fall, the deputies of Bahadur Zafar will tell him that you should leave Red Fort because you will get caught and the movement will go away. And they said that go to Humayun's tomb. But Zeenat Mahal, who was jealous of Bakht Khan, will inform Hudson that if you allow my son to be recruited into the British Army and allow us all the privileges, I will tell you where we are heading. Hudson obviously was going to say yes. And basically, when Zafar is going to reach Humayun's tomb, he will actually see Hudson standing there. Now Zeenat Mahal is going to say that I have kept my side of the agreement. So Hudson will take out his gun, shoot Zeenat Mahal and shoot his eldest son. End of story there. Thereafter, they had a lot of wealth with them, a lot of money. Hudson will not declare it. He said it got lost in the fighting. All goes to his pocket. And he will arrest Bahadur Shah Zafar. Now Bahadur Shah Zafar will be taken to trial in the Red Fort itself. And now Delhi will be systematically taken back. And in order to create an example, except for his two minor sons, very young sons, Bahadur Shah Zafar's sons were actually hanged in public and their bodies were left to hang for weeks. If you go to the Delhi Gate area of Delhi, there's a place called Khuni Darwaza. That Khuni Darwaza is called Khuni Darwaza because on that Darwaza, on that gate itself, 3 sons of Bahadur Shah Zafar were executed, hanged. And because the blood of their sons used to drip down that Darwaza, it was called Khuni Darwaza. Today, there's an iron railing there which has rusted. So it still seems when it rains that the blood is coming because red oxide, which is red color, is the color of iron oxide. So Khuni Darwaza was created as a spectacle for the Delhi residents to see. And I hope that when you have seen the 15th August speech of the Prime Minister, when he gives the speech, you would have seen there's a lot of open area in front of the Red Fort. Meaning close to 500 meters till Gauri Shankar Mandir, there's a very big area where they make that 75, make the children sit and that 75, 76 is written. Very big area is there. Actually, the houses of the people used to come up till Red Fort wall itself. So what the British do is that once they capture Red Fort, they burn houses in 1 kilometer range of Red Fort to make it exclusive. Delhi will be brutally captured and Bahadur Shah Zafar will be then put to trial and exiled to Rangoon. Now, what does the Delhi theatre actually tell you? The Delhi theatre has 3 major lessons for us. First is that yes, the Sipahi was much more what we call as conscious about his position, so he wanted to legitimize. Second is that the myopic vision of our rulers and internal politics, somehow again, we never learned from our mistakes. And third is that there is no coordination or there was no long-term plan. There's no end game here. It was just to do something and let's see what will happen. But I want to ask you a very simple, very interesting question. The British East India Company put Bahadur Shah Zafar to trial because he rebelled. Bahadur Shah Zafar is a Mughal, right? Right? Now tell me one thing. East India Company operated in India via which rulers' farmans? Jahangir, Farrukhsiyar, Mughals. Now, there's a very interesting take on this which has recently come through. That actually the revolt of 1857, we are not the ones who are revolting. We are not the one who are revolting. It is the British which is revolting. I draw power from Bahadur Shah Zafar and I put him on trial for asserting his power. Think of it. It's ironical that you give me power. When I asserted my power, you put me on trial and say you are treasonous. 1857 is a very interesting historiography, new type of understanding. We didn't rebel. We asserted our power. It is the British East India Company which rebelled. Because how can it be that the power which gives you authority, you put it on trial for using their authority? It's a little bit, try to think in that. See, very simply, I give you the power to operate in India. Then when I try to assert my power by removing you, you put me on trial for asserting my power. It wasn't it Bahadur Shah Zafar's right to do what he was doing. He, at the end of the day, was only asserting his forefathers' technicality. Think of it like this. This is a very interesting way of looking at the 1857 revolt. That the 1857 revolt is not us revolting. It is rather the company revolting to get its privileges back. So it's a very minor point, but it's a very technical point. So Delhi in that regard is a very important theater for me because it gives you this ironical conclusion. First, vision, internal politics. But the most important point is Farrukhsiyar, Aurangzeb, Jahangir gave the British the authority to operate in India. So if I want my authority to be asserted by taking away that power, I removed you from Delhi, then how can you put me on trial for actually doing what I can do? The soldiers are revolting. That's a okay point. Think of it that if the soldiers are revolting, then Bahadur Zafar got involved. I don't care what the soldiers did. If I am creating a spectacle that in front of the Diwan-e-Aam, Diwan-e-Khas, I have a military court-martial court. I have a military court in which Bahadur Zafar is sitting on the other side. How can a private company prosecute and sentence a sovereign? Think of it like this now. Think of it that can, for example, any private company of India, for example, Tata Group, can they actually establish a court and then prosecute the president for asserting the power on the private company itself? This is the absurdity of this event. This is the absurdity of this event that, okay, you recaptured Delhi. Okay, you took Delhi back. Okay, you shot any soldier. But you create this concept that we have arrested Bahadur Shah Zafar. We have made him to agree to be guilty of his charges. And we have now exiled him under a certain order. See, you try to, I know that he's a pensioner, I hope, everything I know. But I'm trying to talk about that basic moment. because that moment does not justify the way a private company can actually try a sovereign. They draw sovereignty out of that same power to which they are prosecuting him for. Is this point clear? If it's not clear, no issues. But I hope that you're able to get the irony of this event, because then I want to move to Kanpur, because Kanpur is a spectacle in itself again. Can we go to Kanpur? Is this making sense? Yes, because see, I told you, I'm actually not trying to give you GS level knowledge. I'm trying to give you a very academic understanding of 1857. I've done a paper on 1857, 6 months I've done 1857. So there are such interesting details about this event which I can't even give you. The simple point of the matter is, when you look at the technicalities of the revolt of 1857, the revolt of 1857 is not revolt of 1857. It is the British revolt of 1857. That is the only point I'm trying to make. That's it. They didn't execute because they wanted to create a spectacle. Exile. Okay. Now let's go to Kanpur. We'll see all these slides later. Let's talk about Kanpur. Okay. Now, can I talk about Kanpur and then we'll read the PPT? Not a lot, and then we have to do half an hour discussion on nature. Okay. And it's actually logical. I'm not saying something out of the blue. I'm trying to only argue a very simple point. I can't prosecute the same power which gives me power. Okay. And as it is an East India Company. Now, Kanpur. Why is Kanpur so important? Kanpur, Nana Sahib denied pension. He even pleaded to the Queen that I am a loyal subject. He was denied pension. But he was not again very eager to revolt initially. Rather, it will be the Kanpur cantonment which is going to become a problem. Now, in Kanpur cantonment, people were getting to know that Meerut something has happened, Delhi something has happened. There was rising tension in Kanpur. So what the British do is that they preemptively prepare themselves for something big which was going to happen. So what happened was that the arsenal was created, the arsenal in the Kanpur cantonment. The British officers dug up a whole trench around it with only one entry point and one exit point. So therefore, they filled this whole sector with water, and you could only enter from one point and exit from one point. So they had actually created a safe house. There will be a minor scuffle between an officer who was drunk, who will try to discriminate the soldier. The soldier will take out his gun and legitimately and rightfully so shoot the officer. They had already been getting to know about what had happened in Meerut. This is a little bit later. It happens in June. So now what happens is that as soon as the soldier shoots the officer, now the British get to know that in a way the army has, or the cantonment has revolted or has mutinied. So what they do is that they very quickly had a drill and they enter into the arsenal. So arsenal is basically all arms and ammunition, and they had stocked it with food also. Now the Sipahis will surround this arsenal and they will go to Nana Sahib that we have rebelled, become our leader. Nana Sahib will say, but Nana Sahib basically had not the same level of hatred, or we can say they lack anger as much as the Sipahis had. Now, for 26 days, there will be a standoff wherein the Sipahis will not be able to enter into the arsenal, and the British obviously cannot come out of the arsenal itself. So there are British soldiers, their families, and their technically women and children, believed to be a number of close to 100, 120 to 200. Simple point of the matter is 200 Europeans are inside the arsenal. They can't leave, and the British, the Sipahis are fighting, but they can't enter into the arsenal itself. So after 26 days of fighting, the British officers will send a message. And the message is going to be that you want us, we are the ones who discriminated you. Let the women and children go. We will surrender and you do whatever you want to do with us. And why am I telling you about Kanpur? Because I want to show you how violence was a very important part of the revolt of 1857. Why? Because the British British rule in India was not based on consent. It was not based on that, okay, we are in agreement. It was based on everyday form of violence. So now what is going to happen is Nana Sahib legitimately said, okay, women and children can be allowed to leave. But the Sipahis did not agree. Sipahi said, a white man is a white man, a white woman is a white woman, a white person is a white person, be it a 2-year-old child or a woman or a man. We don't agree. But Nana Sahib said that this is not the way. There is certain decorum and there's certain morality which should be there. So the agreement is made wherein the surrender documents are signed and the 200 Europeans are allowed to exit the arsenal with the agreement that at Sati Chaura Ghat, if you live in Kanpur, you would know, Sati Chaura Ghat, what was said that there will be close to 50 to 60 boats which will be waiting. European officers will surrender to the forces of Nana Sahib and the Sipahis itself. And the women and the children will be allowed to board these small ships, small boats which were there, which will take them to most probably Gwalior or to any place where the revolt was not there. Most probably Calcutta in that regard. And now when women and children started to board, without any provocation and without Nana Sahib's agreement, these Sipahis will start to shoot. They will first shoot all the white officers and then they will start to shoot on the women and children itself. It is believed that 50 to 60 women and children drowned in the ghat itself by getting shot. And then Nana Sahib will stop them from doing what they were doing because there was an agreement. So the women and children which will be left, they will be shifted to a place called Bibi Ghar. Bibi Ghar is a very small building which is next to Sati Chaura Ghat. And they will be transferred to the Bibi Ghar 50-60. Now again, against the wishes of Nana Sahib, and this is the level of frustration which the Indians and the natives had. In the night, the Sipahis will lock the Bibi Ghar from outside and they will burn the Bibi Ghar. 50 to 60 women and children were burnt alive. Some of them threw themselves into the well in the corner of Bibi Ghar. And by the morning, what was left was only dead bodies of small white children and women. Now, in our eyes, it could be legitimate, it could be not legitimate, it could be justified, it could not be justified. That is your opinion. But what I'm trying to argue here is that there is a level of violence which gives you chill in the spine. First, shooting on the women and children and then burning them alive overnight. But the problem is not this. I hope you understand the Kanpur incident, the Kanpur story. This is the basic Kanpur story. 26-day standoff, Sati Chaura Ghat incident, Bibi Ghar incident. Until today, Bibi Ghar is there. If you live in Kanpur, you can go. Bibi Ghar Memorial is there. I hope this part of the story is clear because then I want to move to the other part of this Kanpur story. Any issues, anybody? No? Okay. Now, what I want to point out is that this is not the solution. This is not the solution. Male officers were already shot. Because what the British did thereafter was even more brutal. Because when the British are going to get to know that Sati Chora Ghat had happened and Bibigarh had happened, the person who had been given the task of getting Kanpur back was Neil, Captain Neil, Campbell and Wheeler. 3 people. But Neil is considered the worst. What the British will do is that on their way to Kanpur, every village which the Britishers entered, they burnt it. Literally hundreds of villages were burnt because of this incident. When Kanpur will be taken back, it will be taken back by utmost brutality. And if we did 100% of violence, they did 1000% of it. And what I'm trying to argue here is that I'm trying to argue why Gandhi feared violence. Because if you do violence against the British, they will do violence 100 times bigger than that. So at Sati Chora Ghat, killing the children and women by shooting, and Bibigarh burning them, the point was that the British then reciprocated multiple times in that regard. So understand why would our nationalists fear violence? Because a bullet cannot be the answer to the bullet of the British. Because if we can shoot 100 bullets, they can shoot 1 lakh bullets. Why am I telling you this? Because you need to understand the perspective of nationalist leaders which are going to come forward. There's a fear. Because now Kanpur, now other places, Lucknow, there will be a spectacle which will be created. We did violence, they will do also violence. So one of the most important features of the revolt of 1857 is unprecedented brutal level of violence. So if you understand these 2 theaters and the 3-4 points I'm trying to make, internal politics, no vision, violence, the concept of the myopic vision and no internal communication, then we can discuss the theaters, and then I would like to rather discuss with you the nature, which is more important to us. Bibigarh is the place where they kept the women and children overnight, destroyed, burnt. Sati Chora Ghat, where they were shot. Though you don't need to know these things, you will not even find these names in books. Are we clear with regards to what we have been discussing for the past half an hour, 45 minutes? I've been trying to create a certain understanding. You need to think like a historian, where you think of these events not just as events but as larger lessons. Why is that it will take us 90 years more? Why is that violence is something which will be condemned? Why is that Gandhi will, as soon as Chauri Chaura will happen, as soon as Jallianwala Bagh will happen, as soon as violence used to happen, he used to stop? Because he knew that Indian revolution or Indian independence could never be on the basis of military struggle. So these points are clear. Everybody has to consent. Then I go into the PPTs and we can discuss Rani Lakshmi Bai. We can discuss Jhansi and all also. Yes, these are British women and children, wives and sons and daughters of the officers. Okay. Kiru, I'll talk about INA. INA will be formed, but Imphal campaign is going to be problematic. We'll discuss that. Okay. That is 1941. 41. We'll discuss that when we'll reach 40s. Okay. So Delhi has fallen. A very important document which comes out of Delhi is called the Azamgarh Proclamation. Now just sit back, relax, and understand the other theaters also. Nobody's, and you can now realize that why nobody can actually ask you a question out of course. So I'm just trying to fill in the gaps, and then I'll go to nature, because that is the most important discussion we need to have, which is what is the nature. If it is not a war of independence, if it is not a mutiny, then what is it? That is what I'm trying to argue, right? Okay. So Azamgarh Proclamation is a proclamation which is given in Delhi, wherein as soon as Delhi falls, Bahadur Zafar is going to give a document to the people, and that document will denounce the British as tyrannical, oppressive, but rather it was a political manifesto which gave the following promises if the people actually came and helped the Sipahis. In a way, Kajal, yes, true, that there is no consciousness of what we are actually understanding. What did the political manifesto say? The rights of the zamindars were guaranteed, but attractive pay was guaranteed to the soldiers also if they help the Sipahis. Promises to commercial classes were equally interesting, that if you help the Badshahi or the Sipahi regime, we will give you the same gratis, which is nothing but dastak, use the government steam vessels and conveyance for your purposes. So basically, in the exam, they will say, where was Azamgarh Proclamation came through? It was in Delhi. But it's like a political manifesto in which he's trying to get everybody to agree and help the Sipahis and their regime. Thereafter, Bahadur Zafar, on 12th May 1857, Delhi was seized by rebels. Bakht Khan will start in Bareilly and bring his troops to Delhi. And thereafter, he will become the commander-in-chief of Bahadur Zafar's army. On 12th May 1857, Delhi will fall. On 20th September, Delhi will be taken back. Bahadur Shah persuaded to get support from people. Delhi loss was a loss of prestige to the British. Bahadur Zafar and Zeenat Mahal will be caught at Humayun's tomb. They were followed and captured by General Hudson. Royal princes will be killed. King will be exiled, and he will die in 1862 in Rangoon. We'll talk about that, Hariom. Yeah, in a way that is true. Now, we have one more theater which we've not discussed. Now, just remember these basic points. This is the Rawab of Rohilkhand. Rohilkhand was a rebel state or successor state? Come on. Rohilkhand, successor state or rebel state? Revising with you. Yes, very good. It's a rebel state. So, it's a rebel state which was created. It helped Delhi in a way because it destroyed all the communications with Meerut, Delhi and other places. So formed his own government in 1857, had a straight fight with Campbell, then the commander-in-chief of the British Army. Few initial successes, but Bahadur Zafar will, Khan Bahadur Khan, who is the person who was ruling this sector, will flee to Nepal. He will be tracked down, he'll be brought back, and he will be hanged in Dhaka as a form of example. Thereafter, we have Begum Hazrat Mahal and Lucknow. Begum Hazrat Mahal was the wife of Wajid Ali Shah, and Wajid Ali Shah had already been removed vis-a-vis the concept of subsidiary alliance, that he had been exiled to Calcutta because he had not agreed, misgovernance was there. So his wife, Begum Hazrat Mahal, and 11-year-old son continued to live in Awadh. Revolt will break out on 4th June 1857. Henry Lawrence was the British resident. He will be killed along with the other British officers in the court itself. Henry Havelock and Outram will be sent to take back Lucknow, but with no success. Later, Campbell, who's the commander-in-chief, will get Awadh, same thing, will attack Lucknow, and when the commander-in-chief will get involved himself, it is in March of 1858 that the city will be captured again. Rebels will be driven to Nepal border, where due to bad climate or generally the Gorkhas helping the British capture them again. Then comes one of the greatest women leaders in Indian history, Rani Lakshmibai. Born as Manikarna Tambe in Varanasi into a Marathi Brahmin family. She was the daughter of the person, but technically her father worked for Peshwa Bajirao II. Childhood friend Nana Sahib and Tantia Tope. Married to Gangadhar Rao Nevalkar of Jhansi, who gave her the name Rani Lakshmibai. Jhansi state was Maratha ruled princely state under Bundelkhand. Problem was that it was also under subsidiary alliance, so doctrine of lapse applied to her. Her son Damodar Rao will die 4 months after birth, and Anand Rao, who was adopted son, was not recognized. When Gangadhar Rao will die in 1853, Jhansi will be annexed under doctrine of lapse, and she will refuse to do that and start to struggle for Jhansi. And she very, very famously said, "Meri Jhansi nahi dungi, I will not give up my Jhansi." Now she will basically start to struggle in the Jhansi sector. Nana Sahib and Tatya Tope will send close to 20,000 men to aid Lakshmibai. Tatya Tope and Lakshmibai together captured Gwalior but could not save Jhansi from Hugh Rose, who was the British officer who was given the task to take it. Tatya Tope was an expert in guerrilla warfare, which is sneaky warfare in forests. However, he will again get betrayed by one of his friends, Man Singh, and will be captured later and hanged. June of 1857, Jhansi will fall. 3rd April 1858, finally Hugh Rose is going to capture Jhansi. Whilst Rani Jhansi will first escape to Kalpi, where Tatya Tope joined her, but Kanpur will be lost very quickly. And Hugh Rose will then march to Gwalior, capture it, and she will be martyred in the battlefield itself. Thereafter, you have Shamal. Shamal was the leader of the Jats and Gujars of Birnaul. He was interesting personality because he helped the Sipahis after they had crossed the boat bridge, which was used to cross the Yamuna. He will blow it up and give supplies and send supplies to Delhi in the background. He will make sure that the British headquarters in Delhi and Meerut, the fact that nobody knew in Delhi what had happened in Meerut is because of him itself. He will again be killed because of deceit. You can see all of them are getting betrayed by internal politics. This is the problem, that they all are getting Man Singh for Tantia Tope, Zeenat Mahal for Bazuza Zafar. They all internal politics. We had not learned from our mistakes, not even one bit. You getting my point? That we are still doing the same thing, disunited in that regard. Thereafter, you have Kanpur. I already told you. Kanpur started in the fort of Fatehgarh. Rumors spread that massacre was going to happen soon. Drunk officer is going to fire upon an Indian troop, acquitted next day. Increased suspicion. Rebellion will break out on 5th June 1857, when the cavalry will shoot the British officer itself. Nana Sahib was not recognized under doctrine of lapse. He will even send Azmullah Khan to England to plead for his pension. He had also sworn in loyalty toward the British, but as soon as the rebel broke out, he will join the rebel, but he was not always in agreement with the Sipahis. Thereafter, last but not the least, Kunwar Singh. He already hated the British. He was a zamindar of Jagdishpur. An old man in his 70s, hated the British like anything. And The basic point is that as soon as he will get to know that the revolt of 1857 has started, he will unhesitantly, he will not even think, he will automatically travel from Jagdishpur to a colonial town which is called Ara. Ara basically was a small town which was established by the British, where you have the jail, where you have the basic structures. So you have a mission school, a mission hospital, and the central jail is in Ara. He will fight. He will, however, succumb to his own injuries, which he will incur whilst fighting in the Ara sector. And later in 1966, he was honored by the government of India by releasing a stamp in his honor. So Kunwar Singh, therefore, again an interesting personality in the larger constellation of personalities related to the revolt of 1857. As we know, by more or less 14 September, Delhi was more or less in their control. By 20th September, they had already taken Delhi. And by 1859, we are Ara, Bihar, yes. By 1859, more or less, all theaters will fall and the revolt of 1857 will end. So we have done cause and course. You can understand course, nobody is asking you. Are we clear with regards to the causes and the basic course? Because there are certain points I wanted to emphasize on, and I hope that you've now been able to understand them generally. Yes? Okay. Now what we have to discuss is nature. But I'm giving you basic 3 minutes breather. You want a 5-minute break, I'll give you a 5-minute break, but thereafter I want 30 minutes of good attention. Because I know it's a long story. We can do it. I can be back at 9:02 and we can concentrate on the nature. Can we do that? Okay. So we come back at 9:02 and we take this story forward. Now we go into another area where the questions are coming from. See you. Okay, welcome back. Start again. Okay, so can we start our discussion again? Everybody's fresh again. I want 10 to 15 minutes of your attention. Okay. One second. Huh? Okay, sorry. Now, what we have to discuss is the nature. See, as you can see, there are standard things which we've discussed. Now, I want to discuss a very simple point with you. What is the nature of this whole event? Now, there are three words which I introduced to you. Can we discuss this? Come on, I promised, you promised. I gave you 5 minutes. Now you have to be a little bit more attentive. Yes, okay. There were three words which I used with you: rebellion, revolt, mutiny. Now, when we talk about rebellion, revolt, mutiny, the simple point is that mutiny is only in the army. Can we call this event a mutiny? Technically, no. Why? Because mutiny is going to trivialize the event. It is not just the Sipahis fighting. Stop telling us our history that it was just the Sipahis not ready to use a gun. So mutiny can never, army, military, army, air force, whatever. Simple point of the matter is that the word mutiny cannot be used. Second, rebellion is for concessions. Rebel to get concessions, or challenge to get concessions or something out. Can we call it a rebellion? No, because again, it was not a rebellion because they did not want concessions. And the reason why we call it the revolt is because revolt is about challenge or overthrow. So now you can be very clear that we call it the revolt of 1857, not the rebellion of 1857, not the mutiny of 1857. Now, second thing, can I call it a war of independence? Can I call it a war of independence? Again, no, because it can't be deemed as independence because there is no concept of independence India or the concept of getting independence from what? No nationalistic feeling only. There is no nationalistic feeling. What are you getting independence from? The British. But then what? Independence is about creating a nation state. Indians are fighting Indians. Indian regiments are being used for Indians. So how can you call it a war of independence? So if I write the following statement that the revolt that the revolt of 1857 was more than a mutiny but less than a war of independence, would it be a legitimate statement? Yes, it would be an acceptable statement in your mind that it is more than a mutiny but less than a war of independence, and generally it cannot be called a rebellion. But if it is a revolt, then what type of revolt is it? And now pay attention to the words I'm going to use. The exact nature of the revolt of 1857 is it is called a restorative revolt as a culmination of a long tradition of resistance in India. The word here is restorative. Why do I call it a restorative revolt? Because they want to restore the past. They don't think about the future. They are trying to restore the past. Kanpur, Nana Sahib. Jhansi, Rani Jhansi. Delhi, Bahadur Shah Zafar. Everywhere it was about restoring the old power. This is a very important point you need to remember, that it's not about creating a new India. It's not about creating a new nation. It's about bringing back what was there. And though it's a limitation in their worldview, that is the only worldview they have. The simple point of the matter is it is not a revolt for moving forward, but a revolt to go backwards and bring back what was there. So if I say that the revolt of 1857 was a restorative revolt which was more than a mutiny, less than a war of independence, and should be seen as a culmination of a long tradition of resistance, this statement seems correct or incorrect? Correct. I'll write it down so that you can write it in the examination also in the exact way I've said it. So you write the following in the examination. The revolt of 1857 was a restorative revolt which was more than a mutiny but less than a war of independence, and was a culmination of a century of resistance developing in India or Indian subcontinent. Now, anybody has any issue with nature? No? Perfecto. Restorative revolt means that they wanted to restore what was already there. That is why restorative. No, don't use it as a introduction, use it as a conclusion. Why do you want to show your cards in the beginning only? Let the examiner see it in the conclusion. Simple point is, can we all agree to this interpretation of revolt of 1857? If yes, I'll just show you the limitations and we'll see the concept from the basic, through the PPT itself. So, why did the revolt of 1857 fail? Because certain groups and certain classes did not join and in fact worked against the revolt itself. Big zamindars who were gaining from British rule acted like breakwaters to the storm called 1857. Moneylenders and merchants suffered the wrath of the mutineers badly. So they also did not want to stop British patronage. Limited territorial spread meant that all of India was not involved. Thereafter, lack of complete nationalism was there, and the British were, as it is, having better technology and arms. But the simple point is that if I am gaining from the British in 1857, would I join the revolt of 1857? Breakwaters to the storm means how you technically speed breakers. Obviously, no. And big zamindars, moneylenders, merchants don't want to do that. So rather, the moneylenders and merchants were made by the mutineers, made by the Sipahis to pay much more than what they were paying. So their interest was taken away. So they wanted the British back only. Further, there is lack of coordination. Sepoys were very poorly organized. No vision of what is going to happen after the mutiny or what is going to happen after the revolt. Further, third point, as I said, big zamindars, moneylenders, merchants were the ones who took the wrath, suffered the wrath, what we can say, anger of the mutineers, because they wanted money out of them so that they could run the Sipahi regime. That is why they became pro-British very quickly. No vision of post-mutiny institutions. They did not have a common plan of action. No main head, no centralized leadership. More than that, educated middle class and educated middle class intelligentsia stayed away from the revolt of 1857 completely. It is believed that only 1/4 of the total area of India and not more than 1/10 of the total population was actually affected. Wrath means anger. And any issue with regards to the reasons for failure? We all have discussed, we've discussed all of these points, but in a fragmented way, but we've discussed them. No issues? Okay. Thereafter, how do you interpret the nature and the character of revolt of 1857? You can call it a mutiny, but that will be a tactic of trivialization. You can't call it a rebellion because it is not for concession. You call it a revolt because it's about overthrowing and destroying the power. But why is it called restorative? Because there's no concept of a nation. They just wanted to bring back the symbols of the old world back. Rumors and suspicions had brought them together. Wanted to replace the colonial structure with the old Mughal rule. And the century of oppression had created these rumors and this context in which it became possible. Trivialization means is to ridiculing it, demeaning it. So very simply, we have all agreed to this interpretation. And I think we all can agree that this will be the most valid form of what we call as 1857 nature and character. Thereafter, one important feature of the revolt of 1857 was that there was a lot of Hindu-Muslim unity. The British tried to break it, but it did not happen. So there were a lot of religious rumors which were spread by the British, but the Hindus and the Muslims all came together, united against the British. Mostly the Sipahis were Hindu and Bahadur Zafar is a Muslim, but basically their anger against the British was a common unifying factor. Now, a very standard question. Can you answer this question for me? Was it a planned event? The answer to this question is a very, very big no. But I'll tell you one thing. In the mind of the Britishers, it was. And that is the concept of Muslim conspiracy. For the British, because Zafar was involved, for close to 50 to 60 years, the British would dare not touch the Muslim community. So the concept for them is very simple. We know it is not a planned event, but in the British mind, it was a planned event. And that is why the British initially will have a very cautious approach towards the Muslims. Later, they will actually change their approach when they needed to divide India. So divide and rule, when it will become relevant, they will start to use the Muslims against the Hindus and Hindus against the Muslims. But as of right now, we know that it is not a planned event. Consequences will do tomorrow, the Government of India Act 1858 and Victoria Proclamation. I just want to do a last thing with you, which is called White Mutiny. Can I discuss White Mutiny with you? And then we'll end for today. 5 minutes discussion. We have discussed 1857 is over. From tomorrow onwards, we enter into, we'll discuss Government of India Act 1858. We'll then go into early nationalism and we'll talk about early nationalistic organizations. And now we will start to enter nationalism. Before I do White Mutiny, 1857 makes sense. The causes make sense. The basic idea makes sense. And basically the nature makes sense. Yes? Great. Perfect. Akula, just whatever I've written in the slide, you just keep it on. Don't have to make notes. Okay. You can, yes, you can read the Bipin Chandra book if you want to. Don't learn from it. Read it. Okay. From where do we get to know about all this history? There are two sources. We have British archives and we have their own history, but we now don't trust K.N. Mallison. We have all this documented in proper, what we call as British files. Everything was actually documented very properly. Okay. 12th class NCERT, any book you want to read, you read. No issues. Little bit disappointed, Bhagat Singh not done today. But Bhagat Singh is 1925 to 29. We are in 1857. So I will do Bhagat Singh with you. But not right now, obviously. Okay. We will not break chronology, right? No, I told you that I will discuss it with you. But first, let me reach second phase of revolutionary nationalism. Why Indian revolt against Indians? Now let's ask the Indians only. Today, are we ready to fight with each other? Yes or no? Have we changed even today? Not one bit. Not one bit. That is the basic point. We still are ready to fight with each other. It's about how we can be manipulated. That is the basic point. This one feature we've not left. Okay. Now let's talk about the White Mutiny and then thereafter we can break for today. Now, to understand the White Mutiny, you need to understand the structure of the British Army. Now, please pay attention. The East India Company, their army in India, comprised of two parts. One is called the Royal Army or the Royal British Army. This is basically sanctioned by the Parliament. So the salary will be paid by whom? The Crown or Parliament. But with a handful of Royal British Army, the British cannot capture India. So they had their own small private army, and that is called the European forces. In this, they recruited European officers, and here the salary was paid by the East India Company. But if I have to attract people to fight for me in India, do I need to incentivize joining the European forces rather than the Royal British Army? Yes, I need to do that. Now, if I need to do it, how do I do it? I very simply give them a salary, but also give them allowances. I give them a salary which would be higher than what the Royal British Army would get. So, for example, if they got 500 pounds annually, I will try to give 1000 pounds to them. So, there are two basic elements in the army itself. Now, when the East India Company will cease to control India and crown rule will come, which is what we discuss tomorrow, the Royal British Army, the European forces will be merged into them. But if you are getting merged because this was the private army of the East India Company, their salaries will go up or down? Will go down. So you would be never happy to become part of the Royal British Army. And this is the basic context for what is called the White Mutiny. The European white officers of the European forces are going to rebel against the crown for getting merged into the Royal British Army. So it is literally white mutiny because Gore, white, fought with whites. That is the basic point of white mutiny. So it's a very simple concept. White mutiny was an unrest that occurred after the dissolution of the European forces of the East India Company in the mid-19th century in the wake of 1857. Until 1861, there were two separate military forces. One comprised of the Queen's Army, which was sent on duty by the British Parliament. On the other hand, the one which the East India Company had, which is the European forces. The company's troops were a mixture of European regiment, along with certain specific allowances which were given to do service in India. And also native regiments were also attached to the European forces. Now, the units of the East India Company received more allowances than the Royal British Army itself. So after the mutiny, when the company's forces will be added to the Royal British Army, they will rebel, and that is what is called as White Mutiny. With this, we finish our discussion for today. Done, everyone? Clear? Okay, perfect. So I'll stop here today. Very simply, just concentrate on 1857. Causes and nature is where the questions come from. I can show you a question also, not to solve it in front of you, but I can show you a question. Yes. See, look at this question. This is from 2019. We'll solve this question on Friday, but I'm trying to show you this question. The 1857 uprising is a mains question which came 2019. Was the culmination of recurrent big and small local rebellions that occurred in the preceding 100 years of the rule. Elucidate. Cause of the White Mutiny, European forces getting merged into Royal British Army, allowances taken away. Can you answer this question? Elucidate means to elaborate, to tell them, is this statement true? This question is asking you, 1857 uprising was a culmination of recurrent big and small local rebellions that occur in the preceding 100 years of rule. Basically, it's technically asking you, was it a culmination of the resistance? Was it? Yes, it's asking you causes. Okay, very good. Now you look at this question. Explain how the uprising of 1857 constitutes an important watershed in the evolution of British politics. This I will tell you tomorrow when I will discuss 1858 Government of India Act, how the structure of India changed from crown rule to from company rule to crown rule. So I'm trying to just give you a taste of what type of questions come. We'll discuss them on Friday. That's a separate issue altogether. But yes, why 1857 can't be called mutiny? Because technically it was raised by an army itself. Again, Ibitsham, if you are thinking of it as a mutiny, did it just remain the Sipahis? People got, general public also got involved. So therefore it can't be just called a mutiny. Okay. Yeah. So 2 questions I wanted to show you generally, and I'll do the mains questions with you later. The simple point of the matter is, I'll do these questions with you on Friday. Simple point. Cause, nature. 1857. Clear? If yes, thank you so much. I will see you tomorrow, same time, and we take our story forward. Done? Come on. Thank you, Deepika. That is the endeavor here. So, thank you. Take care. Bye-bye. Revise. Everything will come to you. If you want to start reading the books now, you can just have a small read through them. No issues at all. We'll discuss the mains questions. We'll discuss everything. Our nationalism starts from tomorrow. Thank you. Take care and bye-bye.